morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh. What do I do? There we go. Oh, it's still working. Guys, we're officially a Twitch affiliate. I'm super excited to finally have that. Oh. To finally have that unlocked. And so if you want to go, if you're not watching on Twitch right now, and you want to go join Twitch, there's a lot of new features that I can now add for you guys. So as a Twitch affiliate, I can do a lot of cool things. Like right now, there's a prediction going up of like this morning. What do you think the org's gonna do? Do you think it's gonna break up or down? You know, there's like the gifted subs and whatnot. If you subscribe now on my Twitch channel, it gives you full access to the Discord. Okay, so if you decide to subscribe to our channel, you can get full access to Discord. You'll get if you also subscribe to our Twitch, you sub to our Twitch, you will get 2 times entries into all giveaways. So this giveaway that we're going to be having in April, you will get 2 times giveaways for that. And we're doing I think WEEX gave me another $400, so I think we're giving away $1,200 this week for giveaways. Let me see. No, I think they just gave me a campaign, but we're giving away $400 this month in our webinar that's happening in our Discord. And so if you would like to get extra giveaway or extra entries for the giveaway, so you can do it, you could sub to our Twitch channel, and that will give you extra entries and full access to our Discord. GM, time to grind. Mind Mash, GM. Hope you're having a great day. The market across everything is going crazy lately. Dang it, WEEX. I had some of those daily spin roundup things, and I was hoping I want to win some Bitcoin, man. Okay, let's do this real fast before market opens. I just want to double check. I don't think there's anything today, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Monday and Tuesday there's no red folder news, so we're good on that. No red folder news today. We will today also, just for everyone who's watching right now, today we're going to dive into orb and live trading. Okay, so we're going to take some live trades based on the orb, okay, like as we normally do every day. But then after we've kind of had our trading session, we're going to move to like a higher time frame analysis on Bitcoin, and probably some other coins, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and maybe some others that you guys suggest in the chat. But we're going to do some higher time frame analysis to see how we can capitalize on this major bearish move that has been happening, and the opportunity it presents, because I think we're going to have more bleeding. Like Bitcoin hit a low of $74,502. This is starting to get into my sweet spot. I think it could go lower. I think we could hit $69,000 Bitcoin, but $74,000 is in the range where like we could stop falling soon. But we finally had that move that I've been waiting for, and if you guys are been watching, you know I've been saying I'm waiting for one more big correction with Bitcoin. I'm waiting for one more, and this is it. This is that final correction that we've been waiting for. All right. So right now, if you're not familiar with our live streams, right now we're waiting for the opening range. So market opened 6 minutes ago. Okay, and we wait for the first 15 minutes of the market, which is the first 15-minute candle right here. We wait for that first 15-minute candle, which gives us our opening range, and then we drop down to 3-minute and look for our entry signals. Guys, all over the weekend on X and on my exchanges and everything, I was getting notifications all weekend long of like this SPX or ES drops, you know, 4%. This other one drops 5%. This other one drops 6%. Like I was getting so many. I was getting notifications. Bitcoin breaks sub 80K. Solana hits 105. Like I was getting so many notifications of like all this bearish momentum. I was like, oh man, this week's gonna be crazy. Because now on higher time frames too, like we have a break of structure to the downside, so we have a clear direction, which helps us a lot in our trading. So I'm excited. We're kind of broken out of that consolidation. Just grinding for the Coliseum Hackathon. Need to win. Oh, nice. Oh, that's awesome. When's the Coliseum Hackathon? When's that, Mind Mash? I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the Solana Hackathon, right? Is that the one coming up in May? Oh, the RA Dragon. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you. Hope you're having a great day today. Welcome, you Maniac. Yes, sir. Nice. I couldn't resist and hopped in a short yesterday for a nice little profit. Nice, P2P. Yeah, I literally was this tempted to start getting on the charts yesterday because I was just seeing everything dive, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. P2P, you see the prediction on the that you can take part in? Good luck on that, Mind Mash. That's pretty awesome that you're taking part in that. Okay, let's make our text a little bigger. So it never remembers. 4 minutes until orb is done, and we have our range, and then we'll wait for breakout. Wait. No way. Yo, P2P. What was that? You just gifted 10? 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Thank you so much, P2P. Holy smokes. Let's go. P2P, thank you. I need to fix that so it's more visible. Let's go. Thank you, P2P. Oh my gosh. What's up, All In with Mitch? Thank you so much, P2P. I appreciate you, brother. I told you I'd be the first. Yeah, you did. Oh man, I really appreciate that, dude. Really appreciate that. Hey, and you got down the little emblem, the #1. You're the first ever. My first ever sub. That's so cool. Oh man, I'm so thankful for that. I really do. I appreciate that, P2P. All In Admit says rough markets. Yeah, dude, the markets are crazy right now. Yo, that's so sick, P2P. That is like, oh my gosh, I was not expecting that. 10 gifted. 10 gifted subs. Heck, that's my first ever. That's so cool. My first ever like gifted subs on live stream. Man, that's a great way to start the week. That's a great way to start the week. I did great in a 14-0 last week, but long-term bags look bad. Hey, 14-0 dub though is great. So you took 14 trades last week and all were winners. Good job, All In with Mitch. That's crazy. 14 dubs. Okay, orb is almost done, and we're getting a big bearish orb here. Yeah, we're getting a big bearish orb here this morning. Yeah, between different accounts, all live, like 12 are online. Dude, heck yeah, dude. That's the best. Okay. We are about to finish off our 30 seconds. We get our opening range. And then we'll drop down to a 3-minute time frame. And it's game on. Three, two, one. Okay. We got that range. That range. Okay. And that range. Okay. Let's drop down to 3-minute. Where's my orange lines? So 3-minute, we have no structure upside until way up there. Where's my other line? And the nearest structure is here on 3-minute, which it broke. So we have one candle test on orb already. Orb low. That's just like kind of the orb close, but. And then the nearest structure up here is all the way up there, so. Yeah. Let me see on ES. Structure is way up there. Not even close to orb. And then nearest structure is down there. All right, it's game time, baby. Okay, I'm gonna go live, bro. Have a good day. Nice, all in it, dude. Trading view is lagging. Oh, have fun in live stream, Mitch. All right, looks like we're getting a big bullish candle here. All right, let's see. So I can hear my daughter right now in the house, and she is angry. She is angry right now. She is like, test. Okay. If I had to pick a direction to go today, I would really prefer to go short. I'd really prefer to go short. That's going with kind of the market, you know, the market sentiment right now. It's going along the trend, but we'll see what happens today. Okay, we'll see what happens today, but I would really prefer to go short. What's going on, Maniac? We killing it on day trading or what? What's up, Eon? It's a new week, new day. Markets have a clear sentiment, so I'm excited for this week. I'm excited this week. All right, let's see. See what it does here. We could range for a little bit. Oh, Siri, I don't want to talk to you. Is that a trader's market? I can tell that much. Yeah, definitely. We haven't gotten our trade opportunity yet. On ES, it's breaking, potentially breaking to the upside of the orb, but there's no structure there, so it wouldn't give me an entry signal yet. I need to kind of see what it's going to do here on the orb. So the nearest structure is like way above the orb. So it's just not even yeah, I would need it to see it probably break the orb, retest orb, create kind of like a high, and then break that structure. So we'll see what happens here. If we break to the upside, what I will do is wait for, like what happened a lot last week, is wait for it to kind of break, retest, then break this structure here. Last week we got burned a couple times because of that. I just want to be careful, as if it's going to have a big move, it could just be a liquidity sweep, and I want to just be weary of that all and be patient. Right now we're still technically on P2P. He's still waiting for his 30-minute orb, right? So we still have 10 minutes, 8 minutes until we get like that final orb that some people use. All right, so we're breaking orb and breaking structure. We'll see what happens here. There is a lot of liquidity we can target to the upside, but still, with the current market sentiment, I just don't think going long is super smart, but whatever. I mean, if that's what it presents us, that's what it presents us. We execute on what it gives us. Oh, big break. Okay. ES is all basically Bitcoin and ES are looking exactly the same right now. But the difference between Bitcoin and ES is that Bitcoin actually has structure here, where ES, the near structure is like way up here. So we'll see what happens. ES does have a gap above it. So there is a gap above the ES that it could target today. I'm anticipating price to tap into the CME gap, then head lower. But who knows? Gotta let these candles play out. Yeah, I agree to P2P. I could see us hitting that CME gap, and then that's like the move. That's why I'm kind of waiting, because I'm not convinced this is the move, right? I'm not convinced. I'm gonna be patient, because do you remember last week when we entered on a position like this? We literally were like, okay, it broke, blah blah blah. Let's put stop loss, blah blah blah. Right, and like this, and then it literally just flipped on us. So I'm gonna wait until it retests the orb. I'm gonna wait for an orb retest on ES, because ES just did the same thing too. ES is literally looks identical to this, and so I'm gonna wait for the orb retest. I'm not gonna be too quick. I don't like it when it usually breaks the orb like this. It usually doesn't play out. It has played out when we entered sometimes. Sometimes it plays out immediately, and we've had pretty good trades like that, but I have a feeling it's going to retest the orb first, because ES is almost a CME gap. Something good though is that at the bottom of the orb here, we now have a strong low. Okay, so we can delete this purple line. We now have a strong low down here on Bitcoin and potentially on ES. But ES has a ways to go until it breaks a higher high. I assume Bitcoin has a CME gap up here too. I haven't looked for it, but yeah, like right now the 15-minute time frame looks like it actually might break above all this. But the next 3-minute candle will tell us where the 15-minute candle pushes and breaks. So it is looking crazy strong right now though. I just don't like that it literally only tapped the orb one time here. Okay, this next 3-minute candle will tell us where the 15-minute close is. Holy smokes, dude. that's a huge 15-minute candle. Look at this 15-minute candle right now. It might run up to this purple line. ES is almost to its CME gap. And near the orb, 30-minute orb still hasn't happened yet. That's the 30-minute orb. It's a crazy orb. All right, ES is about to tap the CME gap, and we'll see what it does here. ES, I'll let you guys know when it taps. Oh, it's so close. ES, again, is for those who might not know, ES is the S&P 500. And it's about to tap a CME gap, the bottom range of it, not the top range of it, but and it tapped in. Okay, ES has officially tapped its CME gap. Man, I don't like the idea of entering this position on the 15-minute time frame. But the 15-minute candle is about to give me a entry signal. I just don't like the idea of doing that. I'm gonna take a low risk trade here on the 15-minute time frame, because it gave me my entry. But I'm gonna take a very low risk trade. No, I'm actually not gonna even take the trade. I just don't like it. If I'm not gonna take the full thing. Okay. ES is broken into the CME gap. Bitcoin now has its 30-minute range. And we'll see what happens here. Even here, let me do the settings real fast. So 50%, yeah. So right now with this move, a 50% retracement on this move would be right at the top of the orb. ES is now bouncing off the CME gap, so they look very S&P 500 and Bitcoin look pretty identical right now. And ES, so Bitcoin broke structure where ES did not. ES did not break structure to the upside. It's wicking off the top there. I might actually enter a short here on ES. I might start scaling into a small short here on ES when this 3-minute candle closes. I'm doing it a little different than what I would on Bitcoin. I'm just taking a kind of a risk here on my prop firm account and seeing how it plays out. Okay, now what we're hoping on Bitcoin, we're hoping for this, what I'm hoping for is a retest of this orb and see what we do. Do we bounce or do we fall in? We could not hit a retest of the orb, but I'm kind of hoping we do. So I did take a one micro contract on ES to once it tapped the CME gap at the lower end of it, I entered a short on there and seeing if it's gonna play out and fall back to the orb. But if not, I'm okay. I'm trying to take that early risk trade, seeing if it works out. But if not, I'm just kind of messing around a little bit over there. But the way I see it making almost like a double top and making equal highs, I think it should push lower, but it could fill the gap. That's why I only took one trade. So if you hear order filled, that means it got stopped out. And it looks like, honestly, with this momentum, it actually could push up a little further. All right, looks like we're gonna have to be patient today. Looks like we're gonna have to be a little bit more patient today, but we'll see what happens here. I'm hoping so. ES right now looks just like this. I'm hoping the current 3-minute candle can break these lows here and start giving me some displacement to the downside. I'll probably add a contract if it breaks those lows with a candle closure. All right, let's see. ES is starting to push down a little bit more here. Bitcoin's kind of like just consolidating right now, wondering what it's going to do. I'm going to go say hi to my daughter real fast. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I walk away for 2 seconds. All right. It might run without us today. Holy smokes. Okay. S&P 500 just filled the CME gap. Wow. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh. Dang. Looks like this was the trade opportunity today. What is that? A 1.14? Dang. We might have missed the trade opportunity today. Okay, ES has completely filled the gap and is now ripping up. Like, oh my gosh, that is a gigantic candle. It's okay. Mondays are pretty volatile days. Yeah, I'm not longing this. I'm not longing this. Wait for short entry. Yeah. Yeah, if anything, I think this could be a short opportunity soon. But we did have an entry down here, which I didn't want to do because it just blasted through the orb. And the last time we did this, it hurt us. So I didn't enter, but it looks like it actually would have played out. We could have targeted these two purple lines and could have actually gotten a dub today, but that's okay. Mondays, I'm still looking for a short at previous support levels. Yeah, I'm not too worried about this. Mondays tend to have that volatility. Mondays tend to have that volatility of kind of crazy moves like this because a lot of big money, or like the smart money people, right? The bigger market makers will put in their orders today at higher levels or whatever, and then the market will continue in a direction. Who just subscribed? Wendy H. Thank you so much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome, you Maniac. Welcome to the group. Around 81K. 81K could, yeah, we could tap that soon. Yeah, S&P 500 looked like it's about, so it broke the CME gap, and it looks like it's gonna tap some resistance points right now. So, but dang, dude, that's a pretty big move. You should see. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys ES right now, dude. Look at ES right now. Just a massive. This is 3-minute time frame, by the way. Just a massive 3-minute candle. A gigantic 3-minute candle, and it's breaking into this resistance point right now. So we'll see what it kind of grants us here. I'm watching it. Yeah, it's breaking. These purple lines and these purple lines up here are all strong highs that could then we begin to see price, you know, push down from those highs. This purple line I can delete now. So we'll see what happens in this area. Market makers are like, all your short positions belong to me. Yeah, literally, right? They're sweeping all that liquidity that happened on Sunday, right? Yesterday when market was open, they're gonna sweep that liquidity. I think it's this momentum should end soon. If it doesn't, though, that could be kind of a crazy, like a really crazy sweep. Because if you look here, it's breaking some structure on the 3-minute to these highs to the left here. And if it continues that push, the next one is like pretty far away, actually. So it could have a big move here if it's grabbing all the sell side liquidity. Or buy side, actually. It would technically be buy side, which would cause even greater displacement. Yeah, ES is actually, oh my gosh, dude. It is going crazy right now. It's still pushing up. Dang, I don't think we're going to get an orb entry today. That's a bummer. I should have just executed today instead of hesitating. I should have executed this. That would have been a pretty good trade. What would we be at now? 1.78R. We're almost at 2R on this if we would have taken it. It's okay. It's a learning lesson. We don't need to kick ourselves for not taking a position because we're smart, right? Because it could very easily have flipped on us right there. But it's a learning lesson. Just take the strategy, right? Take it as it comes. Because I think it's going to hit 2R here. I think we actually, at this point, could hit all the way to this purple line up here. On that position. That'd be the next resistance point way up there. Wow. What a crazy move. Yeah, look at that. I think it hit 2R. All right, that's cool. That's cool. ES is still going crazy. We're at that 81K range. P2P. We're at that 81K range. I just need a swing fail pattern to confirm. Okay. Yeah, we completely filled that seeming gap. 15-minute time frame. Tapped 1, 2, 3 on ES, 3 strong highs. Bitcoin tapped 1, 2. Yeah, we're getting a big engulfing candle on ES now. I think I might try to add a short here on ES. We're getting a big engulfing candle. Just a little one. I'll just take one little micro contract and we'll see how it plays out. Because it tapped a lot of resistance and it should. Yeah, ES and Bitcoin are looking. I'm not going to do it on this account because I wait for specific entry criteria, but I'm practicing it on ES. And we'll see how this this plays out. $15-minute time frame on Bitcoin is having a really big wick off of this area. ES is having a really big push. ES is almost back to the top of its CME gap. Delete these purple lines. And our strong low on this move on the 3-minute on Bitcoin, this strong low is right there. And that would, if we entered back into the orb, potentially give us an entry opportunity. But I probably would honestly just wait for us to swing to the other side of the orb if we're going to get an entry. Strong hot, strong low. ES is having a really big move down right now. Yep, dumping now. ES is back into the CME gap. Liking it. Bro, Bitcoin's about to break structure. ES is not close to breaking structure yet. I've been waiting an hour for my funds to transfer to my trading account. Oh man. That's the worst, Matthew. When you're waiting for a sex to transfer over your funds. On my ES position, I'm getting real aggressive on my stop loss now, just locking in profit. And then if we do more, I just enter again. But just in case it bounces on this move. I might get stopped out on this position. My stop loss on ES is at break even. I'm watching, so ES has a strong low just like Bitcoin down here. I would really like to see Bitcoin or ES break this strong low. I would like to see Bitcoin too break it. But if ES breaks the strong low that it has on its, I will I'll probably add a little bit to this position that I have on ES. I want to see something real quick. 50%. So Bitcoin did just tap the 50% retracement on this big move here. So we'll see if it can keep falling or if it finds actually support on that move. ES do the same. Yeah, ES do the same. All right, now I'm getting even tighter on my ES position. On my ES position, I basically, there's like a doji candle here on this green one where the wick is like up here. I put my stop loss really tight here. I guess I'll just show you. So this is my ES position. Stop loss is at the wick here. We'll lock in about $213.75 of profit if we get stopped out. We did lose on our first little trading position that when we were hoping for a bounce here. We did lose $242, so we would still be red for the day on our prop firm account, but we'll see what it gives us here. If we can break this orange line down here, I'll add a contract to my position. And Bitcoin looks like it might break structure down there too. might actually add one on this break here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna add one more contract. If this candle closes like this, where it breaks below these closes, and if it even kind of fills this wick, I'll scale a contract in. I think that'll move my position up a tad and probably give me like almost break even. The Bitcoin 15-minute candle is pretty crazy right now. Yeah, I'm gonna add one micro contract to this ES position.
Order filled.
Yep. So we're about at break even. We'd be a little bit in the red if it came and stopped us out now. But I'm anticipating that ES would come and break this structure and basically break it to the downside of this CME gap. Bitcoin looks like it might break structure here to the downside. I'm going to move my stop loss a little lower just to in profit. I'm hoping that I can move my stop loss to this guy's wick. That'd give me a good amount of profit today. I'm hoping it doesn't stop me out. But I want to make sure I don't turn a winning position into a losing position, right? All right. Let's see. If we got stopped out now, we'd be at break even for the day. BTC will not return to its price now. Let's see if I get stopped out here. Yeah, it looks like I might get stopped out. Ooh, we got really close. Okay. Okay. That little position got me stopped out, but that's okay. Little quick one. I'm going to watch to see if we break structure here. I'm going to see if we get a little bounce here. Maybe tap into this fair value gap here. This fair value gap right here on the 3-minute. Bitcoin is failing to break structure here, actually. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Right now for the day, we're break even on our prop firm. So on the prop firm account, I had a loss. Then this win kind of put me at break even. So we'll see what happens here. I want to see what price does on this fair value gap. And we even have one up here too. ES did fail to break structure here on this move down. The structure was here. It did fail to hit that, even tap the structure and break it. It did, but we'll see if it does. We'll take it candle by candle, right? We just take it candle by candle. These trades too I'm taking here are kind of practice trades, and just like understanding, you know. Let me bring back one of those lines. Oh, I might enter on this one again. The way it respected that. Geez, where is this purple line coming from? The fact that it's respecting that fair value gap like that, I like that. I might enter a little bit more on this. Yeah, I like the way it respected that fair value gap. This one I'll take 3 micro contracts on ES if we get it. Bitcoin. Looks like Bitcoin tapped this fair value gap here too and is respecting that guy. I like it. 10 seconds here and I'll enter based on the candle. Yeah, it looks like it's giving me. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it again on ES. Stop loss will be right outside the fair value gap. I'm gonna put 1 limit buy at the orb high. Not a huge position, but I don't love how much. I'm going to actually lower my risk a little. I'm risking quite a bit on this. I'm going to go to the wick here. Yeah, that's a little better. I don't want to risk too much on this prop firm account. Probably should have taken maybe a little bit, not as many contracts, just because my risk now is pretty high. I don't like taking that much of risk. But this is the prop firm account, which makes it a little nice. Okay, Bitcoin has still yet to break that structure. ES is heading towards it. It tapped the bottom of the CME gap. Bro, I'm liking it. I would really love it if this 3-minute candle could break structure right now. Once we break structure, I'll move my stop loss down a little tighter. Hey, Techno. Yeah, let's go. I love it, dude. I'm gonna move this one over here so we can watch Bitcoin, because I have a feeling Bitcoin's gonna start breaking structure to the downside. But ES, it looks like it's gonna break. If you hear order filled, that means it tapped my first TP on my prop firm account. I'm good. I'm good. I'm having a great day. Just waiting for a trade opportunity this morning now, Techno. How are you doing? And we need those wins. Yeah. Yeah, well, I think we'll get some more this week. Last week, I'm just bummed because we traded on not a smart day, right? When Powell was speaking stuff, we won't be doing that again. Or if we do trade, we'll wait until all that stuff is done. Like, right? All that noise is out of the way. Okay, ES still hasn't, it's wicked off of the structure, but hasn't broken it yet. So we'll waiting for that candle closure to break that structure. Oh. 30-minute time frame. I think we're back to orb high. You know, let me check something real fast. I think we're back to orb high on the 30-minute. Yeah, we are. Ooh, P2P. And this orange line is like right at the top of the 30-minute orb. If we broke back in here, that'd be an entry signal for the 30-minute time frame if we were playing on that. Ooh, come on, ES. Break that structure. Yeah, there you go. ES is breaking structure. It looks like it might have a candle closure below, actually. Getting very close. I love how Bitcoin and ES like just look so identical. I'm glad I didn't take that 15-minute position like I told you guys I wasn't going to do, because it would have failed. Not failed. It would not have been like I'm back to break even if I would have taken that 15-minute position. So I'm glad I didn't do that. Oh, real patient this morning. Real patient. All right, ES is failed just like Bitcoin to break the structure, but kind of pushing up a little bit. ES is actually having a, let's see, this would be like kind of like the area where you kind of want to watch. Like if it broke that to the upside, this could have made a double bottom here. But we'll see. Yeah, it actually looks like it's push it up now. It's refilling that CME gap that it filled. I'd like to see it starting to bounce to the downside. I want to see something real fast. I'm going to go to the 30-minute time for real fast. I just want to see something. So this is the, I want to clone this guy. I want to make that. But we're just going to move it over just a tad. And we're going to change the colors real fast. Just to make it gray. I just want to see something just so I can tell the difference. So we're back to the 30-minute orb. And if it breaks this structure, that would be an entry signal. And if it breaks this structure, that is also an entry signal for Bitcoin. So I'm interested to see what happens here. I'm just going to watch it. I'm not actually entering based on the 30-minute. I just want to see what happens here. Because I don't currently base a trading strategy off the orb, but I know P2P does, and he's been very successful. And so I'm wondering if maybe I should start using the 30-minute orb. I want to see what happens here. Because right now, if we were using the 30-minute orb, we would have two areas of potential opportunity here, either long or short. Oh my gosh, that 30-minute candle on ES is crazy. Yeah, it does not look bullish. I'll tell you that. There's another CME gap up at 5670. Yeah, there's a couple CME gaps on ES. I have that one still marked out too. That was the one from what was that? What day was that? April 2nd. That was Wednesday. We never filled that CME gap up way up there. Oh, come here. Here, bud. Here. All of that, it might actually just break. Yeah, which means my ES position might actually not be in a good spot. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, Bitcoin looks like it's going to break to the upside actually after the orb retest on the 30-minute orb, not 15-minute. That's interesting. Yeah, ES just technically broke structure to the upside. And broke out of the CME gap to the upside too. The top of the CME gap. Yeah, I think we might be bullish today. Does it fail? A minute and a half. Let's see what it does here. Yeah, I think I might get stopped out on ES. It retapped that fair value gap. It might just push now. Yeah, I think Bitcoin's gonna break structure to the upside there. Yeah, I'm gonna get stopped out for sure. Bitcoin just broke. So if I were to do the 30-minute orb strategy,
Order filled.
I want to do a mock trade here and see if this works out. And nice thing is you're just targeting the previous high pretty much. Let's see. I'm still waiting for the current 30-minute candle to close. Yeah, we'll see what that looks like. I'm just gonna see. I'm just doing like kind of a mock trade here. I just want to kind of see if it would play out. I don't know if I'm gonna get a trade opportunity today on the for the 501 mil. I don't think I'm gonna get one today. Hopefully you get one tomorrow, but I don't know if we're gonna get one today. We might not trade today. I would need to see it break this structure here and then come back all the way to the orb to potentially get a trade. But that's okay. If we kind of don't get a trade by like in the next hour, I'll probably just we could do some higher time frame analysis if we don't end up getting a trade today. And we can kind of check out, because what I think I'm going to do on my other account on the WEEX account is actually start potentially looking for where I can start DCing in a position for a long on Bitcoin or maybe even Solana, but just kind of like setting up some where potentially I can get a long in when the bottom as the bottom potentially happens, or where support will come in. And so I kind of want to look into that today. What that 30-minute candle give us? So the current 30-minute candle just broke out of its orb to the upside. Today could actually be bullish instead of bearish today. Even on what I'm seeing on ES. ES had that big correction, but it looks like it's slowly creeping back up. There was a fake news today about Trump delaying the tariffs. That's why the stock market pumped. I don't know. I don't know about news that came out. I'm not sure. Ugh. Everything what I'm kind of seeing here though is looking like things will be bullish and not bearish today. Yeah, every candle that I'm kind of seeing looks like things will be bullish. Now, I think it's important that this bullish momentum though is like probably a higher time frame pullback and not like a bullish trend forming. I think what I want to do, because I don't know if we're going to get an entry signal today. I don't know if it's going to come all the way back down here. I am watching it over on these time frames. What we might do on BLOFIN is just do some higher time frame analysis real fast. I want to see what the week looks like. Yeah, the week broke structure to downside. Daily time frame broke structure to the downside. But we're getting very close. We're not quite there. We're getting close. Like this range right here is like that really important support. And we're getting pretty close. I don't think we're there yet. Four-hour broke structure on all these. Big 4-hour fair value gap, but look what it's doing on that fair value gap. Looks like it's respecting that thing. Yeah, I think Bitcoin finds support around 72. There's a big fair value gap here too on Bitcoin, and the bottom end of that fair value gap is at 73.54. Okay, ES on the lower time frames looks like it actually just made a lower high. Not quite sure. It didn't tap that. 5-minute fair value gap. Okay, I'm glad it didn't take that trade. Looks like it's gonna fail. It's tapping that 30-minute orb again. 15-minute time frame on Bitcoin has failed to break structure on pretty much everything. So if you look left here, you have this structure there. Oh, wait. That's interesting. Why is it different? Huh. That's interesting. It's different on WEEX. Oh, that's why I'm on the 15 or 30 minutes. Oh, I was so confused. I was like, why are they not the same? Never mind. Never mind. It did break structure. But it's failing to push up again. On the 30-minute time frame, it failed to break structure. That's what I was looking at. So on the 30-minute time frame, this strong high, all of them failed to break. All of them failed to break. So if you look at the 30-minute orb, it pushed but did not break structure. Did not break structure at all. Those mock trade that we took is not done yet. But not looking good. Yeah, it's just low and slow today. I don't think we're going to get a 15-minute orb retest. So what would, if we would have taken the trade earlier today, let's see what that would have been. That would have been 2.11R. That would have been a great trade. Okay, next time I will be taking that trade. Just to stick to strategy. On that one. Lines. Sweet ES is falling now pretty hard. ES is falling pretty hard right now. It might just break structure. There we go. So this trade would have failed. Okay, we just broke a strong low on 3-minute on Bitcoin. The 30-minute looks to have given me the swing fail pattern, but this is a tough one with that massive wick. Yeah, this is a little bit of a tough one this morning. It looks like it's giving that swing fail that you're talking about, P2P. Especially the fact that it just broke down here. I really like that. Now if I can see it break into the orb here. I would love to see it break the orb now. We might actually get an entry. I needed to either create like some kind of strong low down here and then break that and then give me an entry into the orb, or give me something all the way down here at the other end of the orb. ES has still failed to break structure. Bitcoin just broke this low, but ES still has not. But ES did just have a big move down, which is nice, but I really, really, really wanted to see it do what Bitcoin just did. It'll do it here. Okay. Just watching everything closely. Well, we got the break here. Now let's see if we can get the orb test. That's the next step. Next step for us. Okay. Yeah, ES failed to break structure again to downside, and it looks like it's bouncing a little bit here. We'll see though. See, candle by candle. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing on ES. It looks like it's kind of engulfing this push, like this little pullback. ES is kind of engulfing. It looks like Bitcoin's kind of following. Not as aggressive as ES, but I think this could finally be the one that breaks structure on ES. I think if ES can break structure, then Bitcoin and ES will see a move down, like a nice move down back into the orb in here. But if it fails again, that's like 3 tests on the structure that it failed to really give it a push. Okay, there we go. Yes, nice. I like it. All right, ES is pushing nicely. Still hasn't broken structure, but it's giving a really good push. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So is Bitcoin. Bitcoin's giving a good push here. ES was a little bit more aggressive. I think this next 3-minute candle for ES and Bitcoin potentially can push even further from the structure here that we were watching. And ES would finally break structure then. That means ES would finally give us that break of structure that we've been waiting for. I'm gonna go start another cup of coffee while I'm just kind of waiting for it to do this because I still am not in an entry position yet. There we go. Looks like ES is going to give me that break of structure. In the next 40 seconds, if ES breaks structure, I'm going to add a contract to my position because that's just like a confluence that it gave me. But if it fails, I won't be adding a contract. I'll just be kind of watching it still. Okay, 10 seconds. Come on, ES. Give us that break of structure. I think if it gives us that break, it's good. It's GG's, and we're going back to orb. Yeah, break it, break it, break it. One. Sweet, it did. I added a contract. I'm liking it. I think we're going to go back to orb now. So ES finally broke structure and like a candle closure below. It's wicked off a couple times, but Techno, have a great day at work, buddy. Thank you. I hope you have a great day at work. We'll see if we get a trade today. We'll see. Hopefully. If not, we always have tomorrow. We always have tomorrow. There we go. Looks like ES is going to push now lower. There we go. I like it. I like it. Come on, ES. The ES candle that's coming, it looks pretty good. Still waiting for Bitcoin to get back to that orb for me. For my 500 to 1 mil challenge. It broke and now it looks like it's just consolidating since it's broke. Really want to see it break that thing. Really want to see it get to that orb. And then see what it does. So now that we broke, so that since this structure is broken, our swing high is essentially, I'd probably say this guy up here. That's our high that made this lower low. And now my goal would be to see us push, make a lower low, have this area be the swing high, and see what do we do at the orb. Do we then bounce at the orb, or do we fall? I'm gonna get my coffee real fast because I think it's done. All right. Okay. Okay. Man, this morning's push up was super fast, and now this push down is just like a snail. It's like a snail. Let me do this real fast. I'm gonna take a little Hmm. $15-minute time frame 2 looks pretty good because it pushed, broke a little structure here on this big red candle, but if you notice, it also has a little bit of a fair value gap right there on the 15-minute. I wonder if it's going to use that as momentum to the upside or not. The ES, or on the 30-minute time frame, there isn't 15-minute fair value gap, but even 5-minute broke structure. Right.
Order filled.
Okay. I'm done trading on the ES today. I think I took 3 or 4 trades today, and they're all done. So I'm done trading on the ES. I'm watching it. I try to do some of the practice of like the other style, and it's just not really working out for me today. But I think potentially here we could get, if it decides to keep moving down to the orb, we've gotten pretty close to testing the orb again on the 501 mil. And we might just get another entry opportunity, so we'll see. I do have a call. I think I have a call in 20 minutes. It's scheduled for a call, but we'll see. Sometimes they don't end up happening, but we'll on that we'll kind of just watch. I'll turn up the music and we kind of just hang out until I'm done with the call. but we'll see if we get a trade opportunity. I don't know if I'm gonna get one today. I really don't think at this point with what I'm seeing here. I thought with this push here, I thought this candle there would have given me the opportunity that I was that I don't like that. I'm gonna put on where's the one that I really like? Yeah, this guy. I thought this candle here would have given me that push that we wanted, but it looks like it actually is doing the opposite. And it looks like if you look at the 15-minute time frame, you got this fair value gap here, and this wick looks like it's respecting this fair value gap here that the 15-minute time frame formed. And if it breaks this orange line here on the 15-minute time frame, I'd be convinced that okay, we might be a little bit more bullish today and actually target more of these purple lines up here. But for me, those aren't entry signals. So for me, I'd just kind of watch it and see. Our entry signal was this. Oh my gosh, sorry. Our entry candle was that candle right there this morning when it broke this structure. But because it was so aggressive and only one candle touched the orb, I did not do it. Because in the past, we've done some of these where it does this and gives us a winner right off rip, like within like 15-20 minutes, right? Or it does it where it literally, we get the entry signal and then it literally flips on us immediately to the other side of the orb, right? So I wanted to just kind of watch, see what it did. But I think next time, because I'm pretty sure last Monday it did the same exact thing and gave us a winner like within 45 minutes. And we were done trading that day. One trade done. So I think the next time, if there's not red folder news, if there's not anything crazy going on in the market and it does this, I'll be taking that. But if it's like kind of red folder news, still waiting on and stuff like that, I'll probably be more patient. But if we don't have that stuff, I think I'll just take them. And go. So this was our entry signal today, and I wanted to be more patient rather than just aggressive and just enter because it was there. And I think it's a good it was a good learning lesson. But tomorrow on the red folder news, if you look at Forex Factory, tomorrow we do not have any red folder news. So April 8th, we have no red folder news. So I'm excited to see how the market performs, see if we get some entry signals tomorrow, and see if we can get a dub. I'm not done streaming, but just kind of recapping today, because I think we still potentially, if it does indeed decide to, keep pushing down, like I'm hoping it does. Let me hide this from. Oh no, I want to remove the pencil. I like the arrow more. If this does end up actually like bouncing, heading back down to the orb, that'd be great. Because then potentially if we get back down to the orb here, right? If we get back down to the orb today, and it does indeed maybe break this low here, maybe it even makes a little bit of like a higher low. Maybe we get where's my path? Maybe we get some structure where I thought I clicked it. Maybe where it pushes down, breaks orb, bounces, right? And then pushes down again. And maybe we get that entry signal when it taps in, but we'll see. I don't usually like to trade the orb too late in the day. And we're kind of getting towards the end of the day for me of kind of the trading in the sweet spot. And that's okay. It's okay to not trade every single day. And I think that's something I live stream every day, which sometimes I think makes me feel like I have to trade every day. But I think I'm going to get in the rhythm of like, if we don't take a trade today, that's okay. Especially like with last Friday, right? With the Jerome Powell. Those days, I honestly probably won't trade on days he speaks, but we'll watch it, we'll cover it, we'll see what the price, we'll see what the market does, and things like that. But I think I'm going to get and start in the rhythm. Like there's days, it's okay if I don't trade that day, right? It's okay if we don't take a trade. And I'm going to start getting them in that rhythm, because I think sometimes when I stream daily, it just feels like I have to take a trade every single day, right? And I don't want to like get in the habit of doing that, because you don't want to take too many trades. That just that kind of can wreck you. One thing I'm excited about too is I've kind of found a mentorship potentially where I'm going to dive into a mentorship on trading and someone to kind of coach me and see how I can be just a little bit better of a trader. So I'm really excited. I've had a couple calls with them. I've had a couple things where I've been working out with them, like what do they do? What do they offer? What's the opportunity? Also them knowing that I do content, like how do they feel about that? Like, is it okay if like I still create content, you know, as I'm learning? I'm not obviously going to like steal their stuff, but I really just want them as a place to like, I don't have anybody to talk to about what am I maybe doing wrong, what am I maybe, and they have a lot more years of experience than I do. And so I'm actually really excited to potentially start this mentorship soon. And I'm really hoping that it accelerates my trading and makes me just a little bit better trader. And so I'm hoping that as I can get taught and get shaped a little bit more, that I can then bring that back to you guys in the community and just help you guys be sharper traders also. But yeah, I'm excited to potentially start this mentorship up where I can finally have someone that kind of helps me, you know, kind of a soundboard in this whole day trading stuff. Sweet. Yeah. Thanks, P2P. I'm excited about it. So one thing that, just so you guys all know, one thing that might change when I start the mentorship is for potentially 2 weeks to a month, I might change my entire streaming timeline where I don't stream at market open because I'll be with the mentor and I can't stream what we're doing together because they just want that to be private. And I totally get that, where I might stream post the session that we have, and so streams might be just a little bit later in the day once we start this mentorship up. And what I'll do is kind of like some recaps on like what trades did I take today, what was I kind of seeing, what did I kind of learn that day. So if this mentorship kicks up pretty soon, you might see my stream schedule change a little bit, where I might not be streaming at market open. I'll probably stream a little bit after market open, just so I can have that time with the mentorship and just be respectful of them too, because they don't want it to be live stream. And so it might be up to as long as a month where our stream schedule would change. I would still stream daily, but just might not be at market open where I'm doing live trades during that time. It might be more like a trade recap type thing during the mentorship. But I'm really excited. I'm really hoping it helps me, you know, just be a little bit better of a trader. And honestly, with the new mentorship too, where you might see some different different tweaks to the strategy. So we might do orb, but say like today, if we got this push, maybe with the mentorship, they show me some ways that I can find better trades, right? Like even after my original strategy, because what they'll also do is help me. I'm going to bring them my strategy and tell them like, hey, this is what I do. This is what I look for. This is how I identify a trade, so on and so forth. And they'll help me kind of like look at like, hey, you missed this. Why didn't you, you know, I love your strategy, but why didn't you do this? Like, why didn't you take this trade when you saw it this morning? Because it made a double bottom or whatever. Like, they might help me identify how I could have taken advantage of like, of this move here this morning, like the full move or something. Or why didn't you take advantage of, you know, this correction here that came in? Why didn't you take advantage of that? You know, they will help me identify things like that. And kind of tie more things together. So I'm really, really excited for it. They also will help me like with my prop firm accounts, like understanding SP 500, NASDAQ, things like that too. So all around, I'll be a better trader, I think, by the end of it. And it's kind of a lifetime thing. So I'm really honing in for like a month on it, like really locking in, diving in as much as I can. And after that month, it'll be a little bit more hands off for me and just kind of like going to them for like advice and tune-ups, if that makes sense. Like something I'm noticing here, which I'm hoping when I do the mentorship, I could just ask them these kind of questions. Something I immediately notice right here with what price is doing is this. There's a very small fair value gap right there. Like there's a very small fair value gap, and look what price is doing off that fair value gap. Like I'm really excited. Like when I start diving in this mentorship, like, hey, was this an entry signal that I should have focused in on? Or was this order block? Because this is an order block right here. Is this something I really should have locked in on and taken advantage of when it came back up to here, right? Like not trying to get the perfect entry, but wait for that retest on the order block and then enter. Because this looks like it potentially just retested an order block. So I'm really excited to start diving in and asking them those kind of questions, because I think they're really good at that stuff. And really why I'm investing in this mentorship and why me and my investors have kind of talked about it and potentially doing it is because I think if I invest in myself, you guys will ultimately gain from that, right? All my audience members will ultimately gain from that, of me investing in myself, me learning, me becoming a better trader, and you guys ultimately earn from that. So that's why I'm trying to really do this stuff, because I want to make sure that our Discord that we've created, our audience that's tuning in on the live streams, that you guys get the most out of this stuff. And I'm willing to put, you know, my money where my mouth is and actually do it and actually, you know, take advantage of this stuff for you guys, so you guys can yeah, have that opportunity too. Again, everyone, if you guys are following, so I need to update tomorrow in stream. We're gonna have a lot of new affiliate updates. So BLOFIN has given me a new bonus for anybody who signs up, and WEEX has given me new bonuses for you guys to sign up for WEEX and using those exchanges. So if you guys are looking at trading like I am on these exchanges, tomorrow I have fresh bonuses coming in that I'm going to be putting on the stream and that you guys can take advantage of, because WEEX and BLOFIN has given me some new ones where you guys can win up to a good chunk of money if you're on my affiliate. And if you're not on my affiliate, let me know. We can get you on my affiliate. You can DM me, join the Discord, let me know. Also, if you're watching right now, there's 60 of you watching right now. If you are watching on Twitch and you sub on Twitch, there's a couple things that happen. First, you get full access to my Discord, okay? Immediate. And the nice thing is that auto does it, because the Twitch, my server now recognizes Twitch subs. And so anybody who subscribes to my Twitch channel automatically gets full access to the server. Not only do you get full access to the server if you sub on Twitch, you will also get 2-time entries on our giveaways that we host inside of the server. So if you are a Twitch sub and you subscribe and you join our Discord, and the Saturday coming up where we have our event, our webinar, we're giving away a bunch of money to everyone who attends. Not everyone, there's $800, 8 people will get $100. And if you have the Twitch sub role inside the Discord, you get 2 times the entries. So compared to everyone else, everyone else gets 1 entry, you'll get double entries. So if you are a Twitch sub, join up, subscribe, and then that'll give you 2-time entries for those. All right, I don't know how much. I honestly don't even know how much a Twitch sub costs. I think it's $5. And this month we're giving away 100. So if you potentially win, you'll get, you know, $100 back on what you subscribe potentially if you're one of the winners. And my guess is this webinar that we're hosting, there's not going to be a heavy attendance yet. You know, the more we do it, I think the more the attendance will grow. But I think this first one, the attendance will be light, so you have a very high chance of winning. And we're giving away to 8 people. And so if there's less than 8 people, I'm just going to divvy up that money to everyone who attends. If there's 8 people or less, we're just going to take that money, give it to everyone who attend, and then divide it up by the number of people. So if there was like only 5 people, you know, 5 divided by 800 is, each person would get over $100 that I would just deposit into their BLOFIN account or their WEEX account, whichever one they have. And that money, if you would like, can go to copy trading or pocket it. But I'm hoping that you guys can copy trade with it, and we can further grow that $100 for you. So, but yeah, if you guys want to take part in that giveaway coming up, join the Discord. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, just type in / all caps Discord. Okay. And if you're on X, just visit the link in my bio. The Discord link is in the bio. And you can join up and be a part of the community. But on April 26th, let me see. We'll look at it right now. Right here, this event, April 26th at 7:30 a.m. If you attend this event, we are giving away $800 giveaway. We're going to talk about market structure and prop firms, okay? And the opportunities there that we're going to hopefully present for you guys. So also, I think I'm going to do server boosters get 2 times entries too, because I know we have a server booster. Pumani is. Yeah, Pumani's a server booster. Server boosters, I think, are going to also get 2 times subs. So if you boost our server too, you will also get 2 times entries into the giveaways. But yeah. And then also when we get the YouTube membership. So right now, if you're on YouTube and you're watching from YouTube, you can't do the memberships yet because I'm trying to unlock it. But in the meantime, if you want to sub on Twitch until we unlock the YouTube memberships, you could sub on Twitch and get the full access too. But once we get the memberships on YouTube, I'll integrate that same thing into YouTube, where if you're a YouTube member, you'll also get full access to the Discord, double entries on giveaways, and so on and so forth. So and I'm hoping our like what I can provide in the server can grow, like, because I want to like maybe one day I really would like to create an orb indicator for my community, that if you're a part of the community, you can pay for the orb indicator or whatever, or if you're subbed or whatever, you just get it free. But the orb indicator gives you the opportunity to, like, basically the strategy I create, I refine it as an indicator, and then you can literally go on TradingView and drop in the indicator on your charts, and it'll give you the signals. But I got to figure out how to do that. But I want to create an indicator for our community. How long have we been streaming this morning? Almost 3 hours. Okay. We're getting close. Oh, I got a call in 1 minute. Okay. I'm going to mute once this call starts. And yeah, the call is starting right now. So I'm going to hop in that call and I'm going to mute and I'll be back. Man, that call went way longer than expected. That's okay. All right, well, I thought we were going to get close to testing the orb, but it looks like it's not going to give it to us today. I thought it was going to give us the orb test. I said, well, as soon as I saw it start breaking here and getting, I was like, oh, it's going to come. It's going to hit. And it literally has yet to tap the orb again. And we're definitely outside of my sweet spot of trading. It's at 10:30 now. Definitely outside of the sweet spot of trading today. I think what we're going to get into is breaking down the macro of like Solana, Bitcoin, and Ethereum right now. I want to break down the higher time frames real fast, and then we'll probably close out the stream today. After that. All right. I think I already played this one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get a trade today. I don't think we will. All right, let's do some. Let's go to my trading view, and we're gonna do some over here. We're gonna do some trading breakdown. We got Bitcoin. Okay. Let's go to some of these higher time frames. We're gonna break down Bitcoin. And we're going to break down Ethereum and Solana. Okay. Bitcoin. Let's also do this real fast. Okay, support. Let me see this real quick. The weekly time frame. Let's see, what about this spot? Yeah, pretty much. I think that's a good spot right there. As low as 68,978. Yeah, let's go to the day time frame now. I want to mark out some support here. See how low can this freaking go. Let me see here. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's kind of scary. 71,379. We'll make this green. These highs here too. Okay. I think that's where Bitcoin can go, honestly, on these charts here. We'll see what we get, but let me see something. No, there's no support there. Yeah, that's really it. So I want to do some higher time frame analysis right now on Bitcoin. Okay. I think if we tap into this area, these zones here, you got this high, this low, and this support zone here. As soon as we start tapping into here, that's when I might consider that we're done falling. Okay. Until we tap into there, because there's no support where we currently are at. We're not even tapping these highs here. Yeah, there's another high. Yeah. Until we start tapping these highs in this box, I don't think we're done bleeding. Four-hour time frame, still looking very bearish. Tapped into this fair value gap up here on the 4-hour. I think we need to get down to here. Basically sub 72. If I see sub $72,000 Bitcoin, I'm getting excited for the bottom being in. But I want to see what it does in here, right? I need to see what it does in here first. I can't just say, oh, because this is tapped in here, the bottom's in. No, I want to see what it does here on lower time frames, like the 1 hour, right? Oh, what time? Oh, I just did 2 hours. The 1 hour, right? When it taps in here, what does the 1 hour start doing? Does the 1 hour start breaking structure? Does the 4 hour start breaking structure? Do we start seeing, like, on the 4 hour, do we start seeing like these highs getting broken? What do we start seeing? Are there strong highs up here that are created that then become starting to break? But I want to see us tap into here, and I don't think we're done yet. Yeah, so for me, the worst case scenario for Bitcoin, we hit like $67,812. That's that bottom green line here. But if we break 67,812 and close below that, that is actually very scary. Then that means Bitcoin could go like sub 60K, sub 55K. But this area, this is our last support zone right in here. It's getting kind of scary for Bitcoin. Not scary, not yet. Once I see here, then I'll be excited, and then I'll be watching to see what it does next. But yeah, Bitcoin, I think on higher time frames, we're getting close to the bottom. I think we got to see what it does, right? We take it candle by candle, and we'll see what it does here. But I'm excited to see what that does. Let's see. I want to see Ethereum. Okay, let's go to Ethereum. Wait, why is it? Settings, template. There we go. Are we on the weekly time frame? Perfect. Ethereum is at my levels that I've been waiting for. Okay, Ethereum's at the levels I've been waiting for. I've been wanting Ethereum to get down to these levels. I've been wanting Ethereum to get down to these levels. We're on the weekly time frame. Let's see. We got here, and then if you scroll, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 touches. Ethereum is at a spot that's it's either going to get extremely bad or finally start to bounce. Let's change this. Okay. Ethereum's either going to get very bad or it'll finally stop going lower. Let's see on the day time frame. Let's see on the day. Let's go down to here and like there. So we got 1 touch, 2 touch, 3. Probably can go a little bit. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. What about this one?
That one does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6. Yeah, that's better. Okay. That's our support for Ethereum. And look what it's kind of doing in that support zone. So the low of this support is 1511.42. High of the support is 1575.24. Okay. Let me go back to the day. So just real quick, we're going to mark out some of these lows with lines. That low. And this low. So there's only 2 lows. Okay. I'm interested to see what does Ethereum do here. Ethereum wicked up to fair value gap and wicked off. I want to see Ethereum start to push to the upside. I would want to see it break this high up here. Ethereum's at like a very important spot right now. If ETH breaks down 1500 support, where can it go? It could get really bad for Ethereum. Let's go to a different. This chart doesn't have enough data because we're on the BLOFIN one, I'm pretty sure. Let me pull up a different chart real fast. What is this one? Yeah, we'll do this one real fast. So if ETH breaks down that 1500 support, yikes. Yikes. It could go down to, so you got this on the weekly time frame. All right, are we on the weekly? Yep. We got that strong low. Yeah, Ethereum can get we'll mark out this low. Okay. Yeah, if Ethereum lost 1500, the first areas of support I'd look at is the like $1,200 and $1,000 ETH, which is kind of crazy to think of. If it breaks that support, look at this support right here. Right, look at that. Look to the left. Right, we have the support zone. It's potentially holding. But if it does not hold this, we're looking at potentially sub $1,200 ETH. Let me look at this real fast. Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of 5. All right, that's good. And then down here, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of. If we do not hold this current support, it could get real bad for ETH. No, I kind of like. Yeah, I like that one better. Let me tighten it up a little bit. Let me just tighten this up. One, two. down here. Let's see. All right. Yeah, ETH. Ooh. Yeah, ETH could go sub 1200 if it doesn't hold where we currently are. If we don't hold this right now, we could go sub 1200. And it looks like it potentially could kind of push up, but I don't know. It doesn't look great. It doesn't look great, to be honest. Let's do Solana. Let's check out Solana real fast. What is this? I'm just gonna erase these drawings. Weekly time frame. Solana. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. It's too wide for me. I like that. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah, Solana, if it does not hold that, could get bad too. If it does not hold this, that could get real bad for Solana. Solana, then pretty much the next support is like $20 Sol. If it doesn't hold this support. Maybe this. Let's see. I don't think I can get 3 touch points here. Not really. That's kind of pushing it. 1, 2, maybe 3 touches. We'll keep it there, but I don't really love that. Maybe on the daytime frame it'll give us a better one there. Yeah, there we go. That'll give us a better one. Okay, so Solana. Let's see. You got this guy. Nope. Probably more like this guy. And that gives you 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, it's a little better. 1, 2, 3. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I like that one. Where are we at? Okay, we're like right in that box right now. And then down here on Solana, this is like our last one on the daytime frame. That gives me 1, 2 touch. One, 2, not even 3. I don't know. It might be a little hard to get a 3 touch point down here. Oh wait, what about this? No. What about this guy? There we go. That is 1, 2, 3. Okay. Solana could go, I think Solana might actually do it 95.85 to 89.58. And then even below that, you have a couple more support points. How many does this get? 1, 2. That's better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you got this one down here. Solana has a lot more support points It actually doesn't look too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's good. So Solana actually doesn't look too bad. It looks like it has support points that it can rely on. We'll see. It tapped into this support and this support. Look what it wicked off that. So Solana actually doesn't look too shabby. Hopefully, if it holds these, we need to. But it has a lot of support on the day time frame underneath it. Where Ethereum only had pretty much one, which is like that $1,200 range. So it's good to know. Good to know. Solana, I'd want to see Solana break this, which is $120.33. $120.33 that I want to see Solana break up to the upside. But we'll see if it starts consolidating or whatever it starts doing right here. But it's at a pretty important level right now. Let me see something. Yeah. It's crazy to think of. This is not how I thought 2025 would go, to be honest with you guys. I did not think 2025 was going to be like this. Why Sol got so much affected as compared to other alts? Sol is a little bit lower of market cap, right? So if you look at coin market cap, right? Solana is the number 7 coin right now. Wow, it's lost a couple lost a couple spots. It's a little bit lower of market cap compared to like BNB, XRP, Ethereum, Bitcoin, especially Ethereum and Bitcoin. So it's gonna have a bigger effect and bigger moves when it sees the market red, because it's just a little bit lower of market cap. The lower the market cap, the more volatile, right? The lower the market cap, the more volatile the crypto currency. Oh, look at Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin broke structure to the upside now. Let's see if it breaks that structure. Might just. P2P was just saying interesting. Close my short. BTC looks to be finding support at the golden pocket VWAP and 50 SMA. I might flip long and ride it up to around 82.4. I need structure change at 79.3 though. I wonder if he's talking about. Was it here? Mine's gonna be a little bit different on the numbers because I'm on BLOFIN. I don't know. Or is it on the 15 minute? Probably 15 minute. 79.563. Yeah, it looks like it's about to give a little bit of a structure shift on the 15. 3 minute is having structure shift. What happened? King Sono! Thank you for the follow. Let's go. Let's go. Kings, thank you so much for the follow. Stoked to have you. We might just range. But for me, I'm not taking trades today on the 501 mil. We missed that trade, which is this one over here. We didn't miss it. We were being careful today. And so I'm not mad or I'm not frustrated about missing this. It's I'm gonna take that and then we're gonna do it for next time. So next time we see that on like a Monday with no red folder news, we'll probably take a trade like that. We've done it in the past, but we've also been burnt by this before. But when we get burnt, it's when there's usually very volatile red folder news. But when there's no red folder news, it actually plays out pretty nicely. And we could have had a really good trade here this morning, but it's okay. We'll come back tomorrow. We've been streaming now for, I mean, how long has it been? Almost 5 hours now. So I'm probably going to call it today. I'm going to call it and I'm going to close out. We're going to do a couple little things before we close out. But we're going to start to close out the stream for the day today. So again, I want to just remind everyone that coming up, we have our event. We have our webinar event happening on Saturday, April 26th, where we're giving away $800. Okay. First off, if you're watching from Twitch right now and you subscribe and you are in our Discord and attend the event, you will get 2-time entries on the giveaway. Okay. That's number 1. 2, if you subscribe to our Twitch, you get full access to our Discord. Nothing will be gated to you. You get full access. Okay. Also, we are hosting our first ever webinar this month. We'll be covering how to read market structure and back testing market structure and giving like real-time data, right? We'll like actually back test it and show as a chart is moving. Okay, where does the strong high and where's the strong low here? Get some people up on the stage to talk and ask questions. Really excited about that. In our webinar, we'll also be talking about prop firms and the awesome opportunity prop firms present. I'll bring some prop firms that I like and that I would recommend you guys go check out, that give good opportunities and even have sales, so on and so forth. And then we'll also have general Q&A on this webinar. And also the biggest part, the giveaway. So we'll be giving away $800. Either 8 people will get $100, or if there's less than 8 people in the webinar, we're just going to split up the money by however many people are in the webinar, and if you're there, you will get paid out right there because it's all in crypto. So you'll send your BLOFIN or WEEX account, and we'll deposit it right into your account for you. So that's our upcoming event in our Discord. Also, again, if you're a Twitch sub, you get 2-time entries on the giveaway. If you are a server booster, I'm also going to give you 2-time entries. So Pumani, he's our only server booster right now. He gets 2-time entries also. For the giveaway. So if you had the server boosting and the Twitch sub role in the Discord, you'll get 2 times entries for both. So basically you'll get an additional entry for each role. So yeah, that's actually pretty nice. But yeah, I'm really stoked to start integrating the Twitch subs into the server. Because now we have it. It makes it way easier than doing that UID submission. And I might just make it where if you want the full access, you either sub or become a member once we have the YouTube stuff. Because right now I can't keep track of all the affiliates because like people can come and go like within the hour and take advantage of that. And I want people who are like really serious about this to actually get it. And I think the easiest way, because it just is automated, is like by doing by Twitch subs and members. Yeah, and that makes it easy because then you're just a part of the live streams and stuff, and it just makes the community a little bit more tight-knit. Also, tomorrow, I have new affiliate giveaways. So this is different than the webinar. If you guys sign up for BLOFIN and WEEX, I got new bonuses for you guys. So if you would like to take part in those bonuses, in tomorrow's live stream, I'll put the graphics up where you see, like, over there, right, like where my mouse is at. Look where my mouse is at on the screen. Right above here. This is I'll be updating some of those giveaways and those deposit bonus, the futures trading bonuses, and you guys will be able to sign up for WEEX and BLOFIN and get some bonuses into your accounts if you would like to get some new ones. Trying to think what else I can talk about. I think that's it for the day. I think that's it. thank you guys for hanging out with me this morning. There's almost 100 of you in the stream today. I love seeing like our numbers just being consistent on the streams. You guys, really, your support means the world to me. It helps me keep going. And as you guys support me, it just gets me more excited about keep doing this and keep growing. And we're still doing the $501 million challenge. That's not going anywhere. We're doing that all year round. We're still refining the strategy. And like I said a little bit, like kind of midway in the stream, is I'm actually going to be taking part in a mentorship to just have a mentor trade with me and kind of refine my skills and help me become an even better trader, because I want to be the best trader possible for my audience. I want to be able to give you guys the best information. I want to refine my strategy. I want to refine this challenge. And yeah, I'm investing in myself so I can then bring that investment back to you guys and make these streams and stuff even more valuable for you every single day. That's the goal. Every single day we get a little bit better so that these streams are a little bit more valuable every single day. Yeah, I'm excited for that because I really think it's going to pay off when we do it. So, all right, everyone, I'm going to call it for the day. We've been streaming almost 5 hours now, and we will see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow morning at Market Open. And we'll hopefully get a good trade tomorrow in. I think tomorrow we'll get a trade. Monday usually brings some weird volatility. Tuesday's pretty consistent on a trade opportunity. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at Market Open. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. All right, everyone, let's do a little roll call as we're closing out. I want to thank some people. First off, thank you to our new followers today. We got Wendy, who followed today, King Sun, who just followed us recently, and also RA Dragons and RA Dragons, who also subscribed to our YouTube channel today. I also big shout out to P2P. He gave us 10 gifted subs today on Twitch. So thank you so much, P2P, for being our first ever subscriber, our first ever gifted subs. That will go down in history for the Maniac Trades, and I really, really appreciate you, man. I love having you show up to every single stream. You're a huge part of our community, and I am blessed to have you. Also, shout out to CHUBAID for chatting, Joe Wop, P2P, Techno. Who else we got? Matthew. Who else joined in today in the streams? Ion. All in with Mitch. Thank you guys so much for joining in, chatting with me, hanging out with me this morning, and taking part in this trading strategy and this trading challenge that we got doing on these live streams every single day. So guys, thank you so much for being a part. I really, really appreciate y'all, and I will see you tomorrow at Market Open.